Committee meeting of the Board of Education. Board members, you should have in front of you the revised agenda for the Thursday, May 16th, 2024 board meeting. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Approval of the agenda. So moved by Dr. Jackson, second by Dr. Woodford. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Lisa agrees. That motion passes. The agenda is approved. And with that, I know we have Dr. Garrett Boyd is here virtually, but we're going to have Vice Chair Thelma Dillard, if she will, cover the Instructional Services Committee for us today.
Mr. President, Instructional Services Committee has 3 items on the agenda. First, IS1 is an update from CTAE, and Dr. Washington is going to provide that information for us at this time.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, President Freeman, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Dan A. Sims. I am Cassandra Miller Washington, the Executive Director of CTAE and the CEO of Hutchins College and Career Academy. I will be presenting CTAE, the blueprint for me. The Bibb County School District mission states that we maximize student achievement and The Bibb County School District vision states students are empowered to learn, lead, innovate, serve as productive and caring citizens within their chosen paths of success. The mission for the Bibb County School District states the Bibb County School District maximizes student achievement and social-emotional well-being by building a sense of community in safe, equitable learning environments. The 4Me learning outcome states that each student will graduate empowered to make well-formed decisions about their next steps. They will learn about themselves as they engage in rigorous content and gain exposure through personalized learning experiences, therefore enlightening them to choose their most meaningful pathway. This allows students to graduate with a plan to pursue at least one E or multiple E's simultaneously. This presentation will provide an in-depth overview of the different CTAE initiatives within the district and their alignment with the 4Me learning outcomes. The roadmap states that this presentation will explore into how CTAE programs align within the district 4Me learning outcomes by illustrating how they involve students in authentic learning experiences, foster critical thinking and problem-solving abilities, and equip them for future career success in accordance with the district educational goals. The takeaway of the presentation is to communicate with clarity how CTAE can make a positive influence on all students. The strategic goal of District Effectiveness and Federal Programs Department is to empower student development and achievement through innovative learning experiences and strategic partnerships, while optimizing resources, management, and funding allocation for district effectiveness. Each of you should have received a copy of FY23 College and Career Ready Success Built for Bibb Annual Report. We are currently in the process of working to earn the designation of an Economic Development Partnership Community. This program aims to promote and provide the relationship between local school district and business and industry to meet the workforce needs in our community. And as we build the future workforce pipeline for existing and new industry, we will be notified no later than mid-June if we are awarded this opportunity to join other communities to be known as an Economic Development Partnership Community. What you see now is the Masterclass series. This was implemented to give students an opportunity to learn from experts that had graduated from Bibb County School District. We have had representatives from Northeast High School, Southwest High School, and Central to come in aligned to pathways that are in our school district, so students can make the connection of what an E of employment, enrollment, and enlistment looks like after high school graduation. to the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Grant Improvement Act of 2006, CTAE is required to establish and sustain an active advisory committee that meets at least 2 times a year. Moving to the industry sector format allowed us to be intentional to ensure that all experts of the industries would be in the same room and provide all schools with the necessary support to ensure that we're building strong pipelines for the various industries within our community. Listed on this slide, you can see how the advisory boards were divided into the sectors and the number of members per each advisory board sector. Partnerships are the cornerstone of CTAE success. Therefore, the collaboration between educators, industry professionals, and community organizations create a collaborative environment. Therefore, we capture the talent, time of our partners, not just the monetary donations. When partners enter into a CTAE classroom to volunteer, they scan the partnership tracker. Currently, we have 152 partners and in-kind donations of $91,500. When we talk about the shift, from vocational education to CTAE, the difference is that CTAE integrates core academic knowledge with technical and occupational skills to prepare students for post-secondary education and the workforce. Various program concentration of career pathways that have been developed by students have now become STEM 2.0. What is STEM 2.0 for us? It means providing students with the knowledge of how to have soft skills, technical skills, engagement, and being motivated. Youth Science. Youth Science is a platform that helps students discover their talent, align their courses, and assist with planning their future with personalized guidance. This assessment is administered to all freshmen during their freshman seminar course. It allows us to recruit students for career pathways, industry tours, career technical student organizations, and many additional opportunities. We utilize youth science data to select students to be part of industry tours, such as our upcoming Aviation Summit. Educators are community developers too. This is created in partnership with the Macon Bibb County Industrial Authority. It aims to equip educators with the skills to build partnership and emphasize the critical role that they play in providing the next generation of employees for our community industries. Our first field trip was to the Savannah Port, and it provided insight into why Macon is the ideal location to do business. Each participant will present an action research project on how to ensure parents and students and external stakeholders are aware of the multiple opportunities for students to graduate prepared for their future. This photo captures our inaugural class during our very first field trip to the Port of Savannah. Our Brunch and Learn. In collaboration with the Student Support Division, we decided to do a brunch and learn for our counselors, provide them with updates on CTAE, post-secondary, and industry, so that way we can all be prepared to personalize learning for our students and making sure that everyone understands the multiple ways to ensure that students graduate for me ready. CTAE pinning ceremonies. 3 years ago, we decided to express our loyalty to our students by completing pathways by issuing each one of them a pin. This year, we had a total of 632 pathway completers to receive their pin and recite the CTAE loyalty oath, which states they are equipped to enroll and confident and prepared for future employment and have the readiness to serve their country. Each year, we induct students into the National Technical Honor Society, which opens the door for students to apply for multiple scholarships and build their resume with stackable credentials. This year, we had 36 seniors and 13 underclassmen. Preparing students for post-secondary. To ensure we match and enroll students, we have enhanced our post-secondary choices to include the Fort Valley State University, Wesleyan College, Georgia Tech, and Central Georgia Technical College. And the Beyond the Bell initiative was added to open the door for students who were unable to participate in dual enrollment during the school day, which allowed all students to participate in dual enrollment. The student on the screen is Hunter Fairclough, who knew he wanted to be an aviation mechanic, and he chose the Accelerated Career Diploma option, which allows a student to take 9 high school credits and go directly into the E of employment. He now works at Robins Air Force Base. Currently, we have 2 students in the district taking advantage of this personalized path to obtain their high school diploma. They also actually earned 2 technical certificates of credit. This spring, we have a total of 658 students. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. This year, we have a total of 729 students that participated in dual enrollment this fall. Students actually have an opportunity to participate in degree level enrollment, or both occupation and degree, or just occupation. What you will see is that we had an increase from the fall of 2022 of 31%. The top schools in the fall were Rutland, Central, Howard, and Westside High School, all serving over 100 or more students. In the spring, we have a total of 658, which is a 26% increase from spring of 2023. And once again, the top schools during the spring are Rutland, Central, Howard, and Westside. JROTC is an opportunity for high school students to enroll in leadership citizenship program coordinated under the umbrella of the CTAE division at the state level. Bibb County School District is the only district that is tri-service in our region, meaning that we have Air Force, Army, and Marines. West Side, Southwest, and Howard are Air Force, Central and Northeast are Army, and Rutland is Marines. How do we continue to motivate students to enlist? In the fall, we partnered with Commissioner Paul Brinson to give our students the opportunity to travel to the Pentagon and meet multiple leaders, including General Adams. We selected 2 cadets per school and 1 instructor. This year, multiple JROTC units participated in multiple competitions, which allows the cadet to transfer the classroom learning into the real-world training. Northeast placed 2nd at the state competition in drill and ceremony. Rutland High School placed as the overall runner-up at the National Raider Championship held in Pennsylvania. We are proud to announce that the following JROTC programs went through certification and received the level of distinction based on what you see on the screen. Howard High School exceeded the standards, Northeast became an honor unit, and Southwest and Westside both passed. This year, we hosted our inaugural Joint Armed Forces Military Signing Day, which included 34 students who have committed to serve our country after graduation. Additionally, the Community Foundation awarded Sergeant Rodney Davis Scholarship to 2 candidates and the Carter Davis to 1 candidate, who all have chosen the E of enrollment and the E of enlistment. How do we ensure we have the avenue for students to gain meaningful employment? Partnering with the Macon Bibb County Industrial Authority, we hosted a partnership luncheon with industry to provide information on how to hire students under the age of 18 in the areas of manufacturing, aviation. To ensure that students have soft skills each year, we actually host mock interviews. at all high schools. This allows us to bring in community partners to conduct practice interviews that simulate real job interviews. This helps our students prepare for interviews by allowing them to practice, respond to common questions, and receive feedback on their performance. Many of our students have been hired on the spot this year doing mock interviews. This year, we interviewed over 600 students. The slide shares the numbers of students who participated in this process by school. Now you will see that we actually have internship Bibb. This is meaningful employment. We currently have 263 kids that are participating in internship Bibb. We have 139 students that have been part of our local partnership, which is 139. 788 visits have been made to these employees. What you will also see is the number of hours worked by our students, which is 65,477. So why is it important to have meaningful employment? If you look at the dollar amount that has been brought into our community for this school year thus far. Also, having an opportunity to have meaningful employment and partnership with Robins Air Force Base, the 42nd Software Engineering Group hires our students each year. This year, we were able to secure 4 slots for our students. Howard High School, Rutland, Southwest High School has 2 individuals. The benefit of this partnership, they get to work closely with our software engineering employees at Robins Air Force Base, and each summer they are invited back, and at the end of their college career, they will be offered full-time employment to work with Robins Air Force Base. Meaningful employment, also we are preparing students for EMT and EMR. We're working directly with Atrium to make sure that students have clinical spaces and are hired right after graduation. We have also worked with the 100 Black Men for the College and Career Fest. We hosted this partnership for November 1st to the 2nd, and we actually had 750 students participate in this event. Now, molded for entrepreneurship. You will see that we have 4 top companies make it to the final round for Bibb County, and then we had 1 place winner to actually win for Bibb County, and that was Window Magic. Window Magic advanced to the state level, and they competed at the state and took home the prize of 2nd place. This team has earned $10,000 worth of seed money, so giving thanks to our partners, our mentors, and our community leaders. We have new pathways and services coming up for FY23. One of our first ones is grooming spa services at Rutland High School. We will be offering vet science. Bruce Elementary will join Hurd Elementary as the 2nd elementary school to offer agriculture. Also, we have added nursing at Rutland Middle School. And then our firefighter pathway partnership. This is our first year completing this pathway, and we have 3 graduates from this program this year. And at Hurd, they are moving right along with agriculture, and so you will see them at work. Career technical student organizations are vital to the success of students. They actually provide students with soft skills and the ability to be leaders. What you see on the screen is that we actually have 834 students that were in FBLA, 366 in DECA, 69 in robotics, 41 in Skills USA, 50 in FCCLA, 83 in HOSA, and 337 in FFA. These are all pathways aligned to the current CTAE membership. And in the middle school, you will see we offer the same career technical student organizations. CTSO regional officers. Students that participate in CTSOs normally become leaders in their community. So what you will see is that we have 2 officers at Rutland High School. We have a FBLA regional officer, Mr. Rogers, and we have Ms. Stevens, which is an FFA regional officer for Rutland High School as well. This is history for us in Bibb County. We have 2 state officers at the same time in Skills USA. We have an individual from Southwest, Ms. Gaucher, with state vice president serving in that role and representing Southwest High School, and Mr. Vincent, the state treasurer, representing William S. Hutchins College and Career Academy. And to close it out each year, we recognize all of our CTAE students with the CTAE Student of the Year program. This was number 13, and what a wonderful event we had. And our first place winner was from Rutland High School. And to close it out, our graduation rate has been announced for CTAE, and it was 99.1 for this school year.
Dr. Washington,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. Thank you for these many pathways forward for our students. This is promising futures for them. This is just an extraordinary presentation. Very impressive, very promising.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Any questions, board members? Dr. Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Dr. Washington,
Yes, sir.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let's see. A couple of things for you. Number one, on the slide for match and enroll, the other counties that were listed and the private schools, just to make sure I'm bringing this correctly, are those students taking dual enrollment courses with Hutchins?
Yes, sir. They're taking dual enrollment at Hutchins College and Career Academy.
Very well. And do you know if we are receiving portions of their FTE dollars?
Well, what we actually receive is because all of our teachers are vetted, and meaning that the teachers that are hired by Bibb County School District are able to teach the Central Georgia Tech courses. So we receive FTE for every student in that building from Central Georgia Tech.
Very well. My second thing I wanted to point out was in regards to the annual College and Career Expo that is in partnership with the 100 Black Men. You know, we talked about STEM 2.0, right, and the focus on soft skills. You know, one of the things that I've noticed from just going to those expos and just expos in general is that a number of students lack a number of soft skills like being able to make proper eye contact, firm handshakes, and things of that nature. Is there a way that we can be more intentional about having a review or just some form of programming right before the expo, so when those students go to the expo, they have those reminders, they have that practice as they're getting ready to interact with the college recruiters. Second thing I want to point out alongside that, as you know, a number of colleges offer on-the-spot admissions to students, and so another thing that I would recommend is that we ensure that students have copies of their transcripts and test scores on hand, so when they go to those expos, that they're able to receive on-the-spot admissions, and then we're able to report that great data as well.
Yes, sir. Will do.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And third and finally, just job well done on the inaugural Joint Military Signing Day. Unfortunately, was unable to attend, but that's a great way to definitely spotlight that particular E of our for me movement. So job well done to you and the department. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Dr. Dillon. Thank you, Ms. Dr. Washington, for
Yes,
your
ma'am.
very interesting, informative report. I have a question with max enrollment, what page is on? Dual enrollment, fall semester 23 at a glance. You doesn't show the page number.
Okay, tell you. Okay, hold on.
Right here. I was looking looking at how the enrollment has grown from 2017 to 2023. And I'm looking at Bibb and housing in particular. And there's significant growth in the enrollment in each one. I was wondering, since housing overall enrollment is so much higher than Bibb, is that because they have more students than Bibb? Do you know the enrollment of their students?
We are very similar in demographics when it comes to the number of students that we serve. Part of that, and we've spoken about that in multiple leadership meetings, is making sure that we actually give that personalized scheduling for each student. So a lot of our students have not been able to participate in dual enrollment based on their schedule and their required courses. So moving forward, that was one of the reasons why we started the Brunch and Learn, to be able to help counselors navigate how to increase the number of students that can participate, as well as offering Beyond the Bell. And the Beyond the Bell program happens after school. So that is where you saw our increase, but we definitely have some work to do to make sure that we can increase our numbers in Bibb County for students to leave with college credit.
Also, I've noticed that the enrollment has increased from year to year. Did you do anything special to make it increase like that?
Just basically new initiatives. The Beyond the Bell initiative allowed me to get some of our athletes that were unable to participate and some students that were taking their required courses during the day. Offering dual enrollment after school has been a blessing for us to be able to reach more students. And this was our first year doing the Beyond the Bell program.
Thank you. I like seeing that increase in enrollment. I know you want to continue it.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Any further questions for them? Yes. Ms. Helen.
Dr. Washington, thank you for your presentation. That was fantastic. I just wanted to say that the military signing day was a really special occasion, and that was just, I think, an excellent way to bring home to these students what they're signing up for, having all the military represented in the room and offering words of support. So it was really great. Also wanted to just highlight the partnerships that CTAE has with both the Industrial Authority and with the Chamber of Commerce in terms of workforce development, job placement, the Future Workforce Fridays, all of those things that you are doing to bring the workplace into the school and vice versa. So kudos and keep up the good work.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Helen. Dr. Woodford?
I don't have a question, but first of all, thank you for that great presentation. I just want to thank you for the exemplary work that you and your team are doing over at Hutchings in equipping and educating our future workforce. It is an example that's seen and replicated across the state, and it speaks well for our district. So thank you for your work in the area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Woodford. Any further questions, board members? There being none. Dr. Washington, outstanding.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you for serving our community, our school system. Thank you for the initiatives, just on and on and on, the things that you're doing for our children in the school system. Very proud moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. President, IS2 presentation, fine arts overview. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, President Freeman, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. I'm Ben Bridges. I'm Director of Fine Arts and Magnet Programs for the district. And today I will be presenting an overview of fine arts and system-wide field trips. The purpose of this presentation is to provide information regarding fine arts and system-wide field trips and the opportunities that they bring for students. Our roadmap includes hashtag Built for Bibb information regarding fine arts areas, 23-24 fine arts course data, large group performance evaluation data, 2024 student art show data, local fine arts partnerships, system-wide field trips, and 23-24 Macon Sister Cities Exchange Program data. Our takeaway is that fine arts and system-wide field trips provide opportunities that are essential to the learning of students. Through participation in fine arts and system-wide field trips, we are empowering students to learn, lead, innovate, and serve as productive and caring citizens. Through the lens of the areas discussed today, we embrace the district goals of student achievement, staff effectiveness, and stakeholder engagement. Fine arts and system-wide field trips are embedded across our strategic map, from stakeholder engagement involving our many partners to the ultimate goal of student achievement, with studies showing that students are even more likely to attend school on any day, including a fine arts class. Areas included within fine arts education are band, chorus, dance, general music, guitar, orchestra, theater, and visual arts. Each area follows a curriculum map that is focused on mastery, real-world application, and is performance-centered based on the prescribed Georgia Standards of Excellence for each individual course. Musical instruments are available for loan to students as needed. School fine arts staffing is based on the following: application of the district allocation formula, which is based on student enrollment at each school, and of course magnet schools receive 2 additional teachers above that allocation formula, and student interests at each school, each individual school. As pictured, some school productions involve music, dance, theater, and visual arts. Band includes many facets, from standards-based coursework that leads to marching band opportunities and participation in such ensembles as the Bibb Honor Band, organized this school year for the first time. Band provides students at these schools with instruction in music fundamentals while learning playing techniques for brass, percussion, and woodwind instruments. Chorus is offered at the schools included on this listing and provides students with instruction in proper vocal techniques, sight reading, and part singing, and ultimately identifying as a bass, tenor, alto, or soprano singer in high school. These skills lead to performance experiences such as the Choral Heritage Festival held each spring at the Douglas Theater. Dance is offered at the listed schools and provides students with instruction in healthy dance techniques, content-specific dance vocabulary, dance history, and choreography. Students are frequently asked to share their performance skills as part of very worthy causes in our community. These students are participating in a trailer for an announcement to benefit the Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Georgia. General music and chorus are offered at the listed schools and provide students with graded instruction in singing, content-specific music vocabulary, classroom instruments, including recorder instruction for grades 4 and 5. This skill-building instruction often leads to community performances such as the #4Bibb, #BuiltForBibb parent expositions held in the fall. Guitar is our newest area, being offered at Howard Middle School and Howard High School. Guitar provides students with instruction in music fundamentals while learning and demonstrating classical playing techniques specific to the guitar in a variety of musical styles. Our guitar ensembles perform frequently, including performances at Georgia Music Educators Association in-service conferences under the direction of Mr. John Sweat. Mr. Sweat received the 2024 Georgia Music Educators Association Music Educator of the Year Award, along with the 2024 Georgia Music Educators Association District 11 Music Educator of the Year Award. Orchestra is offered at the listed schools and provides students with graded instruction in playing the bass, cello, viola, violin, and harp while learning music technology and techniques specific to orchestra. One of the highlights of the year for orchestra programs is performing at the Georgia Music Educators Association District 11 Orchestra Large Group Performance Evaluation. Theater is offered at the listed schools and provides students with graded instruction regarding the performance side of theater and the technical side of theater, including set design, costuming, lighting, sound, and stage management. The schedules of our auditoriums are always filled with opportunities for our students to receive necessary hands-on theatrical experience. Visual arts is offered at the listed schools and provides students with graded instruction in the techniques of drawing, painting, ceramics, and art history, with advanced courses available at the high school level. This year, our students were asked to create meaningful pieces of art for community attendees at our State of the District event. Student work was also shown at the Capitol Art exhibit this year. Our students perform and participate in exhibitions within our community and our state, but our students are always showcasing their work in their schools. Out of the total number of students in the district, 17,040 students are enrolled in fine arts courses for the 23-24 school year. 82 fine arts teachers are serving in 33 schools K through 12. As just recently announced, the Bibb County School District's 2023 Fine Arts Pathway graduation rate is 99.25%. Let's take a look at the data from our Georgia Music Educators Association Large Group Performance Evaluation events for the 22-23 school year. 49% of our participating musical ensembles scored an overall Superior 1 rating, 33% scored an overall Excellent 2 rating, 12% scored an overall Good 3 rating, 3% scored an overall Fair 4 rating, and 0% scored an overall Poor 5 rating, with 3% not attending. The evaluation scores each performing ensemble in areas such as tone, intonation, technique, balance, and musicality. With the exception of first-year teachers, all music teachers within the Bibb County School District are required to participate with an ensemble each year. We are very proud to report that the listed schools received an overall Superior 1 rating for the 22-23 school year. The large group performance evaluation data for the 23-24 school year reveals that we no longer have 3% performing at the Fair rating level, and more ensembles have moved into the Excellent 2 rating level for the school year. We are also very proud to report that the listed schools received an overall Superior 1 rating for the 23-24 school year. Let's take a look at the 2024 Student Art Show data. 201 pieces of K through 12 student artwork were exhibited at the 567 Center for Renewal during the month of March 2024. All schools with visual arts teachers were represented in the show. This was the largest student art show in the history of the exhibition, and the student artwork was outstanding this year. We have many meaningful partnerships within the fine arts areas that assist us in providing exceptional opportunities for students. Many of these represent art contests in our community. One of our newest partnerships is with the Morning Music Club of Macon. Their Partners in Education Committee, or PI Committee as they are known, has assisted us with facilitating the donation of 2 pianos in the grand style for our 2 auditoriums. With 3 previously donated by individuals, this committee is also seeking that final donation. The committee has also raised funds through pie sales and written grants to provide for the insurmountable task of private lessons for 21 skilled and persevering high school students across all of our high schools. Now let's shift our lens to system-wide field trips. The local system-wide K-8 field trip venues are included on the listing. Each field trip venue is selected based on proposal submission in response to a survey sent to all known possible venues and the presence of a direct curriculum correlation. As a result of ARP funding, the data shows the numbers of students offered local system-wide K-8 field trips for the 3-year period. During the 21-22 school year, 13,517 students were offered field trips. During the 22-23 school year, 11,225 students were offered field trips, and during the 23-24 school year, 9,546 students were offered field trips. The out-of-town system-wide K-12 field trip destinations included Athens, Atlanta, Cartersville, Columbus, Savannah, and Waycross. Our students visited venues such as the Georgia Museum of Art and the campus of the University of Georgia. As a result of ARP funding, the data shows that the numbers of students offered out-of-town system-wide K-12 field trips over the 3 years, with the 2021-2022 school year involving 11,234 students, the 22-23 school year involving 2,739 students, and the 23-24 school year seeing field trips budgeted by individual schools. As a result of ARP funding, our students have been provided $1,073,445 in local and out-of-town system-wide field trips over the 3-year period in order to combat learning loss during COVID and to increase student achievement. Let's take a look at the 23-24 Macon Sister Cities Exchange Program data. 16 students traveled to Kurobe City, Japan and Tokyo, Japan during the week of October 14 through 21, 2023. This represents the largest student group to travel to Japan in the history of the program. The program is a partnership between the Bibb County School District, Macon-Bibb County Consolidated Government, and YKK. Student slots were advertised in each school zone. In looking ahead, Miller Fine Arts Magnet Middle School will present High School Musical Junior at the Douglas Theater on Friday, May 17, 2024 at 7 o'clock p.m. Schools will continue to attend local system-wide field trips through May 22, 2024. Fine arts opportunities will be offered as enrichment opportunities at the Bibb County School District Summer Camp/School for elementary school and middle school students during June 2024. High school marching bands begin in July 2024, and the Bibb County School District will host 20 students from Kurobe City, Japan in November 2024 as part of the Macon Sister Cities Exchange Program. We are looking forward to these upcoming opportunities. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present a snapshot of fine arts and system-wide field trips in the Bibb County School District. Are there any questions?
Board members, are there questions? Ms. Johnson?
I have a comment and then a question. Thank you for your report. Today I had the opportunity to visit Northeast with their Leadership Day, and I was able to attend the art class, and I saw the students in action. It was really, really interesting. They have some really beautiful art work over there at Northeast, and I believe it's place of up here.
Yes, ma'am.
But it's something to behold, and I really do appreciate what they're doing with the students in art.
Thank you.
The question that I have is slide number 24. Students offered local system-wide eight field trips, ARP funding. I'm assuming that the number of students that said they were offered the opportunity to go.
That is correct.
And so when you say offered, does that mean they took you up on the offer?
Yes, ma'am. By and large, all of those numbers are real numbers. Of course, there always can be a school that is a bad weather day or something, and they can't make it up or something within their schedule. But by and large, those numbers are real, actual numbers.
Yeah, I'm glad to see something about students going on field trips because they really need it. It really enhances their learning. But 23, 24, there's a big decline. Now, I'm assuming, help me out, is this decline because of the decrease in ARP funding?
So the most amount of the ARP funding was actually budgeted, allocated for the first year of delivery to students, then less the second year, and then less for the third year as well, with the out-of-town trips being funded totally by the school ARP budgets at that point.
So going forward, how would we put more money in the budget so these students can continue to have their field trips?
So the local field trips are in the budget. Money for those are in the budget. It's just pending approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Other questions? Dr. Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Bridges, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Question for you. Can students at Westside not sing?
Students at Westside can sing.
They
You're
can sing?
absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
I just wanted to double check on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But on a serious note, Mr. Bridges, as I now investigate these numbers, I am now a tad bit concerned on the equitable opportunities for fine arts across our district. From just looking at this, and just made my little quick notes, it appears, for example, only Appleton and Westside only have 2 fine arts opportunities. And Ballard, Rutland, Weaver, Northeast, and Rutland only have 3 fine arts offerings. Can you tell us a little bit as to why that is so?
Absolutely, great question. So first, the district allocation formula is applied, and that is based on the student enrollment at the school. So for instance, at the elementary level, it's 1 teacher per every 345 students. For middle school, it's 2 teachers per every 345 students. And that is the allocation that is given to the school. Then the schools give input and survey students and so forth, for instance, in order to make those decisions for what is offered at those schools.
So in the middle school, you said it's 2 per 345?
2 per 345.
And for high school, how many?
High school is actually budgeted entirely differently. All of their slots for electives are wrapped up in their 9 through 12 slots. So they are given the autonomy to cover the student schedules that they have in terms of their enrollment at their schools.
Okay. Well, Mr. Bridges, I'm still just really concerned about this and understanding the funding formula. Definitely understand that. However, I know Ms. Floor gave us a really good presentation last month on just some of the work that the Gifted program is doing to be more equitable in providing those services across the district, especially for schools that do not have a high number of gifted teachers. So I would highly encourage you and the department to go back and see how could you all maybe consider something similar to what the Gifted program is doing, to where we maybe can get some of those teachers to go over to the other schools, or to have those students bus to the schools that offer those services. I think, of course, we know the importance of fine arts, and every student should have the opportunity to be presented with as many fine arts opportunities as possible. So I strongly encourage you all to go back and take a look at that, okay?
Thank you for your feedback. And we also have those fine arts programs that are available through magnets at the elementary, middle, and high school levels as well.
Very well. And what about fine arts availability at SOAR and VIP Academy?
So I'm not exactly sure how their slots are determined, but we do not currently have a fine arts course at either of those locations.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Any further questions, board members? Yes, Ms. Hannah.
I just wanted to say thank you for your presentation. As someone who participated in band and chorus and fine art theater in high school and found my fine arts courses to be a lot more compelling than actual academics, I will be one of those that attest to the importance of providing fine arts education as a motivator and something that helps keep students in school and participating if they are not sports oriented. And even if they are sports oriented, the power of fine arts is just so critical to providing that ongoing, well-rounded education. I do like the fact that we are continuing to find ways to expand pathways. I think it would be great to see guitar at more schools because that is, I don't know, I guess you'd call it a gateway instrument and as well as continuing with chorus and general education courses. I was concerned when I was seeing the decreasing numbers on the slides regarding field trips, but that question was answered by Ms. Johnson. So again, thank you for your presentation, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any further questions, board members? No other questions? Mr. Bridges, thank you for an excellent fine arts program. And thanks for all you do, and thanks again for this outstanding presentation. We thank you and appreciate you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Dillard. Thank you, board.
Oh, I'm sorry, you can't hear me. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Next, Mr. President, the Instructional Services Committee has one final item on the agenda that was added. IS3 strategic waiver school system contract, and that's Dr. Tinker. Love it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Freeman, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. The Bibb County School District is seeking to renew the Strategic Waivers School System contract with the Georgia Department of Education. This agreement provides the district with greater flexibility in meeting state education requirements in exchange for implementing innovative educational strategies that address specific local needs. The current contract, which has been instrumental in allowing the district to tailor our programs and policies to better serve our students, is set to expire on June 30th, 2024. By renewing this contract, the district aims to maintain our ability to adapt state mandates to better fit our unique challenges and opportunities, ultimately striving to improve financial and operational efficiency, as well as educational outcomes for our students. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the superintendent and the board president to sign the Strategic Waiver School System contract as provided by the State Board of Education.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll
wait after the motion and second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Johnson. Is there a second? Can you hear me? Sorry.
Second.
Second by Ms.
Hamlin.
Ms. Helen. Thank you, Ms. Helen, for helping. Questions? Mr. Morton.
Dr. Lovett, are there any changes in this contract from last year?
From the previous year. So last year, we actually got an extension from the state. That was something that was offered to districts as a result of COVID. So we were actually working off of the initial contract that was signed in 2015, and then that was amended in 2017. Last year, it was extended. So from last year to this year, the substantial changes, there were a couple things that were removed. I'd have to get those differences for you, so I don't want to quote them off of my head. There were a couple things that were removed in light of COVID, more specifically. To our knowledge, the other pieces are pretty much the same. Again, the listing that's here are things such as waivers. The human resources piece that we work with in terms of teacher waivers are listed here. There's some other pieces that are listed around personalized learning that we do take advantage of as well. There was a piece I can tell you that was removed around the calendar. There was a waiver that was in place previously for a shorter calendar that many districts had taken advantage of. That piece was taken out so that we'd had that piece in place, but we're not utilizing it, which said that we could have a shorter calendar, didn't need 180 days. So that was something that we took out of the waiver application. But again, I'd be happy to get some more specifics in terms of the actual differences compared to the previous one that was in place.
I mean, we're just now seeing this.
I understand.
So I'm not, that's all I have right now.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Dr. Sam.
If I may just provide some context, this was a very different year from the State Department of Education with regard to the strategic waiver application process. We received our final feedback from the DOE, I want to say Friday.
That is correct.
And then we got word that this needed to go before the board for the resolution approval by May the 31st.
That is correct.
Which forced us into a space to bring this to the body today. So just want to make sure we had that context. It wasn't our intent to have it come to you at this time, but rather a response to a very late timeline that came from the Department of Education.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Morton?
Yes, Dr. Jones, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Lovett.
Good afternoon, Sam.
You mentioned the schedule as far as the 180 days. That's just making sure, that's not the same as salary schedule requirements, right?
That is correct. That is not the same.
Okay.
That is not the same.
So in regards to the salary schedule requirement, that's in the OCGA 20-2-212, what particularly does that give us the flexibility to do?
I will invite up my colleagues from Human Resources regarding the salary schedule requirements.
Good afternoon, board members, Dr. Sims. Basically, that allows us to waive the state salary schedule, but in essence, our local salary schedule is higher than the state schedule, so it would allow you to do some differentiated payment if you wanted to change your pay structure. We also use that waiver to assist with industry certified teachers who are coming to us for our career pathways, who may not be traditional teachers, but we can use that waiver as well to place them at an appropriate place on the salary schedule so that we're recognizing their industry work that they're bringing to the field.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Further questions, board members? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. President, at this action item IS2, Fine Arts, strategic waiver will be sent to the consent agenda. So this ends our committee report.
Thank you, Dr. Dillon. At this time, we'll recognize Chairman Carol Morton for the Fiscal Support Services Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. We obviously have several items under fiscal support services. We'll be here a while, so we'll do the best we can. First, we FSS1, our monthly financial update from Eric Bush, our Chief Financial Officer.
Good afternoon, President Freeman, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sims. Today we're presenting the financial results for the 9 months ending March 31st, 2024. We'll begin by reviewing the balance sheet of our general funds. To date, as of March 31st, we have total assets of $99.3 million, total liabilities of $23.6 million, and a fund balance of $75.7 million. Next, we'll review the statement of revenue and expenditures for the general fund. As of March, we received $185 million of the $241 million budgeted revenue. This represents 77% of the budgeted revenues that have been received. We've also expensed or encumbered $181 million of our $251 million budgeted expenditures. This represents 72% of our budgeted expenditures that have been spent. This graph represents where the general fund revenues are received. As of March, our local sources represent 47% of those revenues, state sources 48%, and federal sources 5% of all general fund revenues. The next graph shows that 67% of our expenditures directly affect the classroom through instruction, pupil services, as well as improvement of instructional services. Next, we'll move into the all funds for the period ending March 31st, 2024. To date, as of March, we have a net assets, our total assets of $718 million, total liabilities of $56.5 million, leaving us with a fund balance of $661,500,000 $559,000. As of March, we have cash on hand of $36.7 million, investments of $117.2 million, leaving us with total liquid assets of $153.9 million. As a reminder, for all funds, our assets are mainly comprised of buildings and equipment, representing 74% of our assets. The rest of the balance is mainly cash and investments, equaling 22%. For the statement of revenues for all funds, as of March, we've received $297.5 million, representing 76% of budgeted revenues, and we have expended or encumbered $343.4 million, representing 83% of budgeted expenses. Quick update on our ARP funds. As of March, we have expended or encumbered $93.6 million, leaving us with a balance of $6.7 million to spend through September 30th of 2024. In the 2021 East Floss funds, the March receipts totaled $3.7 million. We still have committed and encumbered expenses over the life of that East Floss of $111.8 million, and leaving us with a cash and investment balance in 2021 East Floss of $52.4 million. We continue to have right over $1 million remaining in the 2016 East Floss funds. For the bonds of 2020, the technology project, we have cash and investment balances of $1.2 million. And for the bonds of 2020 debt, that final payment was made on March 1st, 2024, so the balance is now zero. That's the end of the monthly financial statements. Are there any questions?
Any questions, board members? Looks like there are none. Thank you, Mr. Bush. Next, we'll have FFS 1.1 fiscal year 24 general fund budget amendment number 4, which is an action item.
Yes, sir. Welcome again. And today we are bringing forth budget amendment number 4. This is in lieu of a maintenance of equity payment we received from the Board of the State Georgia Department of Education in the amount of $3,282,296. This will increase revenues for the general fund, making the need for this budget amendment. The proposed projected ending fund balance after this budget amendment will increase our projected ending fund balance to $61,833,253. It is recommended that the Board of Education approves budget amendment number 4 for the FY24 general fund budget with a revised projected ending fund balance of $61,833,253.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. All right. Motion by Ms. Johnson, second by Dr. Jackson. Thank you. Any questions, board members? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye. Aye. Opposed, the same sign. There is none. FSS 1.1 passes unanimously. Next, we have FSS 1.2, a presentation, Superintendent's fiscal year 25 proposed budget.
Good afternoon again. Today we're presenting the FY 2025 Superintendent's Budget for tentative adoption. This presentation will outline first, budget priorities, highlights included in the budget, and changes since work session number 3. Our budget priorities include continued support of literacy and readiness for our students. Second, we're engaging our stakeholders like never before. Got one right there. Second, we're engaging our stakeholders like never before, and we'll push to ensure that every student has every opportunity from both internal and external stakeholders.
Engagement of our staff is also extremely important. Ensuring our staff is empowered with the tools and knowledge necessary to perform at their best every day is a priority. Building capacity and retention is critical to the success of the district and providing the best education available. Lastly, as we focus on school improvement, we are dedicated to providing the supports our schools and students need to be successful from preschool through the graduation. Next, we'll look at highlights. The FY25 budget includes the addition of 16.5 teachers to support the additional 268 students estimated to enter our district. We are also adding one associate superintendent of schools, 2 deans of students to support our 2 Tier 4 schools, 4 athletic trainers, 5.5 mental health professionals, which is a continuation of the Project Aware grant, 1 social worker, and a leave and absence management staff member. This budget includes 2% increases for certified staff, in addition to the state salary scale increase of $2,500. A 5% increase for all certified staff. Sorry, that's a miss. A 5% increase for all classified staff and an additional 2% increase for identified school and administrative leaders, which include assistant principals to the deputy superintendent, as an effort to address significant salary gaps in those positions. We are also adding an additional 5% increase to paraprofessionals, bus drivers, groundkeepers, school resource officers, and school nutrition assistants. The budget also supports mandated increases in the state health insurance premiums and teacher retirements, as well as others listed in the report. We have not received any tax digest information as of today and will evaluate any millage rate options at our July 18th board meeting. Changes that have come up since the work session number 3 to this current meeting include on the top line a budget amendment that was just presented. I know that's a tentative amendment, but we have to put it in there to increase the fund balance to represent our ending fund balance correctly. We also had 2 errors in the previous work session where we're reducing revenue by $1.8 million. The security and safety grant and the bus bonds were duplicated in that report. Lastly, we're including transfers to other funds from the general fund, which is a normal operating practice in the district, where we support the pre-K program, fund items such as the 484 Mulberry Street building, the WISH printing program, and we've added $16,000 to account for the hygiene grant expenditures. That's a total net change of $249,193 to the previously presented budget. So lastly, at this point, as a grand summary, we have budgeted revenues for the general fund of $261,862,253 and expenditures of $271,213,479, which leaves us with a budget deficit of $9,351,236. This would leave us with an ending fund balance in FY25 of $52,482,017. The budgeted ending fund balance ratio would be 19.4% of budgeted expenditures. As we've talked about in the past, the state maximum is 15%. We're a little bit above that, but the trends show that we would decline in future years. The rest of the presentation is available for the public's viewing, but it is a continuation of the previously held work sessions. So we were going to go straight to the actions items unless there's any questions.
Any questions, board members? Mr. Freeman? Gotten a lot of emails from people, and just for clarification, I think you said this, and I want to make it clear. Yes. Adoption of this budget in no way affects the millage rate at this time. Is that right?
That's correct. The budgeted revenues in the budget currently have no estimated millage rate increases.
We'll discuss the millage rate in July, right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And if there's a chance of increase or decrease in July, we would need to do a budget amendment to adjust the revenue section of the FY25 budget.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, board members? I do have one question, Mr. Bush. Everything that was in the third work session is included in this?
Yes, sir. With the addition of the page we reviewed and the small changes.
Right, got it. Thank you. Any other questions, board members? All right. All right, thank you, Mr. Bush. Next, we have FSS 1.3, tentative adoption of superintendent's FY25 proposed budget, which is an action item.
Good afternoon once again. Today, the superintendent's recommended budget is presented for tentative adoption. We do this each year in May. The superintendent's FY25 budget includes support for identified priorities, including literacy and readiness, engagement, capacity and retention, and school improvement. Proposed millage rate options will be presented at the July 18th board meeting as previously scheduled in the approved budget calendar. At this time, it is recommended that the Board of Education tentatively adopt the FY 2025 budget as presented.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Jackson,
Second.
second by Ms. Johnson. Any questions? Ms. Hanlon.
Thank you for the presentation and for the recommendation. Had a question on this fourth bullet point on the FSS 1.3, added increases to begin addressing significant salary gaps. What, I guess, is the increase, how long, what is that being implemented over? What is the...
So the immediate, the way we address this immediately is these positions were identified as being 30% below average salary basis. We're adding an additional 5% to combat that. So that's where that study came from. Those were identified in that salary study.
And where were they, what were they compared to in the salary study?
Surrounding districts.
Okay.
And similar sized school districts.
Appreciate it.
Dr. Woodward.
Mr. Bush, when might we receive the school merger study?
That would be a question for Dr. Sims. I think that's in process.
Thank you for the question. I remember in our board 101s, I shared information with you for consideration. If we bring that forward, that will be at the June board meeting. But we'll have conversation in between now and June in anticipation of that.
So would that report have a direct impact?
Can you speak into the mic, Dr. Woodford?
So would that study have a direct impact on the budget you proposed this evening?
Thank you for the question. That whatever study we engage in and subsequent decisions will have impact on FY26 budget decisions.
So any school mergers would impact the 26 budget?
That'll be impacted on the FY26 budget cycle.
Thank you.
Mr. Freeman.
Just to clarify, in June, we won't be talking about consolidation. In June, we'll be talking about the process for studying potential consolidation.
Yes, sir. That is correct. That'll be the time for us to either approve or give direction in terms of our work for the FY25 school year in anticipation of recommendations that'll come as early as the beginning of the calendar year 2026, but early enough for us to make all the arrangements and adjustments in preparation for our FY26 budget and any consolidations if they are approved, if they are recommended at that time.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? I'd like to make a couple comments if I could. I suspect that, like me, many of the board members have got a lot of emails, calls, concerns about the millage rate. You know, when I approach the budget, I approach it as I would my own budget. That is, what am I going to spend? What income I'm going to have, both now and into the future. And certainly in the context of various work sessions we've had recommendations about millage rate staying the same or being increased. In fact, Dr. Sims has been very upfront that he wants a $1.50 increase. So to say, well, we're just going to talk about whether we approve the budget or not without the millage rate being an integral part of that, I don't know that you can do one without the other, really. Because it's not just what's going to happen now, it's what's going to happen in the future. And I think we have a pretty good idea of what that's going to look like. And when I look at budget, the priorities that have always been most important to me is how does this budget help teachers teach and how does it help students learn? And I am very concerned about what's happening in our buildings. We have significant problems with chronic absenteeism. I don't know how kids learn, how kids excel, how kids do well on test scores if they're not there. That places an incredible burden on our teachers and administrators. I don't think it's any secret that our teachers are significantly underpaid, and they've sacrificed so much to teach our children, and certainly they need to be compensated in that way. My concern is this budget does not focus enough attention on the classroom in the building where the work really needs to be done. We've talked about potential for considering consolidation of schools. I remember in May of 22, this board voted unanimously to establish a committee to take a look at consolidation of schools. And now, potentially in June of 24, we will take some action to maybe move forward on that finally. When you potentially asking people for more money, you've got to show you've done everything you can. I think that should have already happened, because clearly there is some right sizing that needs to occur, because we've got to be able to maximize what we get from the state. So I have concerns about whether this budget will sufficiently address some of the real problems that we have, particularly in our buildings. And I can tell you right now, based on what I'm seeing, I'm not supporting a millage rate increase. That's my position on that. But I think this is the most important thing we do as a board. And the folks who live in this community entrust their tax dollars to us to get the biggest bang for the buck possible when it comes to the educating of our children in our public schools, where the vast majority of children attend. And it is incumbent on us to provide the best services possible. I'm concerned that this budget doesn't do as good a job as it should. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Dr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bush, a couple yes and no questions for you. Is this budget aligned with the board-approved strategic plan?
Yes.
Does this budget increase teacher pay?
Yes, it does.
Does this budget, well, we'll ask this question, do we currently have a teacher shortage?
I would assume so, yes.
Do we currently have a shortage of bus drivers?
Yep.
Do we currently have a shortage of custodians?
Yes.
Okay. Does this budget call for increase to pay for custodians,
It does.
for school resource officers, for bus drivers?
It does.
Did the district engage in a review of all programs to find possible reductions?
We did.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Johnson?
Does this budget include the 1.5, maybe the 1.5% millage rate increase?
No, it does not.
So if we vote on this budget, we're not talking about that millage rate increase.
Well, it has to be part of our budgeted calendar events in July. We have to discuss it. If there is a full rollback, we would not have public hearings. It would be agreed upon at that time. But we still have to have the meeting to set the millage rate each year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And I would ask if Lisa, Dr. Garrett raises her hand, please let me know. All right. Dr. Woodward.
So I didn't see this, but does this budget include additional personnel in the classroom such as parapros?
Yes, I don't know what my slideshow is, but in the slideshow, it details out in those highlights the addition of those 16 and a half school-based employees. I just don't have the numbers in my head.
It's slide number 7 that you're referring to.
Slide number 7?
Yes.
Yeah, and that is all based on the allotment of those schools, but we are adding 9 K through 12 teachers, 1 art, music, and PE foreign language teacher, 2 magnet and IB teachers, 6 middle school connections and high school elective teachers, 1.5 EIP teachers, and we're reducing 3 REP teachers. That's a net total of 16 and a half teachers, our school-based employees. So there aren't parapros listed in that list, but they probably remain the same. I would have to get that detail for you.
Okay, what about behaviorists?
We are continuing the Project Aware mental health program that adds 5.5 mental health clinicians, and we're adding 1 social worker as well. The schools are already fully staffed with counselors.
But I know at one point we had designated staff that were titled behaviorists. So is that not included, or is it different?
Yes, Ms. Donnelly.
Sorry, what is your funding out of federal funds?
Come to the mic, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Those are funded through the IDEA federal funds and not in the general fund budget.
Separate?
Yes,
Funding.
separate budget, not inside the general fund.
Do you know how many we currently have?
We have 7.
Just 7 for how many students? I mean, how many schools?
2,500 special ed students about, and so 33 schools.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the chronic absenteeism problem that we have. I'm concerned, do we make allowances for the schools to have attendance clerks in the schools, to have someone to monitor the students' attendance?
That'd be a question for Mr. Cassidy.
There are some schools who do have attendance clerks, not all of our schools.
So are we saying that just those schools that have attendance clerk, that's where the chronic problems are, or is it system-wide?
No, ma'am. That's typically the principals choose that.
So they don't request to have an attendance clerk, that's what you're saying? Just the principals don't request to have an attendance clerk?
I wouldn't say they don't request it. I think the better way to put that is they have a certain amount of funding through Title I, and they choose to provide certain supports, and some choose to provide different supports through that funding. So some do choose attendance clerks and some do not.
If I may add, in addition to the attendance clerks, I mean, one function of the attendance clerk is to monitor and report data. I think the issue you're getting at is how do we address the chronic absenteeism issue?
Yeah.
All of our schools have attendance teams. Some are termed as I want to think they're called breakthrough teams, where they target students based on the data in order to physically connect with those students and those families in order to improve. So that will continue for all of our schools. Then, of course, we have the layer of our social work department and those social workers. And as they gather caseloads, one of the data points is that of attendance that is used to address. And they procure resources as needed to support schools. A good part of that time is spent inside the schools, specifically looking at things like attendance and other issues under a social works umbrella. So it's more of a collaborative approach, and it could include an attendance clerk. But the bigger thing we have in place are the attendance teams. That is a cross-function of individuals who take time to strategize, receive feedback, provide support for those students and those families who are chronically absent.
And Dr. Johnson, through our funding formula, Mr. Fraser just informed me that our high schools are the ones that have the attendance clerks.
So they are the one with the greatest attendance problem?
I would not say that. No, ma'am.
My concern, here's what I'm trying to get at. My concern is, I feel like every school should have an attendance clerk. I've been saying that for 2 or 3 years. So we have someone right there to monitor the attendance and someone to work on correcting the attendance.
Yes, ma'am.
Can that be put in the budget?
I don't know at this point. That's, we'll take that back to discuss.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have your, Dr. Woodford or Dr. Sims, you need to address something?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to honor your question and your comment about whether chronic attendance issues exist. And thank you, Mr. Morton, for reminding us of the importance of giving you the discipline and attendance data. You'll find in our 9 through 12th grade classes, those are the larger chronic absenteeism numbers that we see. But that issue is pervasive with higher numbers in that space. I also want to remind everybody that we're not talking about a Bibb County issue. We're talking about a United States of America issue. So we chop at the bit to find the best ways and practices and means to adequately engage our families to try to turn around what has become a nationwide issue. I never thought we'd be in a day where we look at Fox News or CNN and they're talking about chronic absenteeism as a national issue. So just to honor your question, that's where the majority of our higher numbers are. With the highest number, as of our last report, at the 9th grade level.
So they have clerks in the 9th grade?
Well, in the high schools, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Dr. Woodford, you had your hand?
Yes, I did. Thank you. So I just wanted to add to Ms. Johnson's wish list. So if she gets the attendant clerk, I want a behaviorist for each school. Just saying.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any other questions or requests? Call for the question. All right. Okay. So we have a motion that's properly made and seconded. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same sign. No.
No.
And I'll ask one question of the chair. Did Dr. Garrett Ford vote? Did you hear anything?
Not here, but
Okay. Based on that, then FSS 1.3 passes 5-2. All right, thank you. Next, we have FSS 2, RFP 24-032, paving and sidewalk. Kitchen.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Parliament inquiry. If Dr. Boyd is still on the meeting, then a no response is a yes vote. So unless you're specifically asking her and all of us for our individual votes, then she needs to be counted as part of that 6-2.
I'm not aware of that rule. I would state in my position as chair that the chair of the committee can report the vote that they understood it since it was a roll vote. If anyone wishes to challenge that vote, they may call for a individualized vote or a roll call vote to clarify.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call for a roll call vote.
Sure. No objection to that. Would that be something I would need a second, or?
I think so.
Okay. Would or would not? All right, so we have, so we have a motion to take a roll call vote on FSS 1.3. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion of taking a roll call vote on FSS 1.3, let me know by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. There is none. That motion passes. So, going back to FSS 1.3, tentative approval of superintendent's fiscal year 25 proposed budget. How do you vote, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I want to inquire. The superintendent is the secretary of the board, so superintendent should be doing the roll call.
Excellent point. All right, Dr.
Can't hear you down here,
Not
sir.
required.
Could
Yes, sir. Thank you.
talk in the mic? I can't
Madam,
hear
yes, ma'am. I was informing the chairman of this committee that the superintendent serves as a secretary of the board. And so as secretary of the board, one of his responsibilities is to call for, or to conduct rather, the roll call vote.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Johnson,
Yes.
Board Member Dillard,
Yes.
Board Member Hamlin,
Yes.
Board President Freeman,
Yes.
Board Vice President Wolford,
No.
Board Member Jackson,
Yes.
Board Member Morton,
No.
Board Member Garrett. She's lighted up. Okay. Yes, and thank you.
We got you down as a no, is that correct?
We recorded at 5 yes, 3 no.
Thank you, Dr. Sims. So FSS 1.3 passed by a vote of 5 to 3. Thank you, Dr. Jackson. I appreciate that. Deja vu, Mr. Kitchen. FSS 2, take it away, please.
All right. Good afternoon, President Freeman, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sims. This memorandum recommends the company provide paving and site work for Union Elementary, Sonny Carter Elementary, Westside, and Ed D4 Sports Complex. The RFP 24-032 was released on March 29th. We had 4 companies submit proposals, and the proposals were reviewed based on the criteria set forth in the RFP. One of the initial reasons for taking this out with 4 different projects like this was to try to recognize some efficiencies in cost, and I think we've done that. So it was recommended the Board of Education authorize the superintendent to enter into contract with Renfro Construction Company to provide paving and site work services for Union Elementary, Sonny Carter Elementary, Westside High School, and Ed D4 Sports Complex in an amount of $1,740,468. These funds will be paid for out of Capital Improvement Funds 300.
All right, board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve? So a motion by Dr. Jackson, second by Dr. Dillard. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Jackson.
one quick question for you, Mr. Kitchens. Can you tell me exactly what work will be done at the West Side location?
It's from, basically from the back of the auditorium all the way down to Ed D4.
Good deal. Just making sure. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions, board members? Mr. Kitchens, when will this work be done?
This summer.
Thank you. Any other questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. There is none. FSS 2 passes unanimously, and we'll move to the consent agenda. Next, we have FSS 3, furniture for CTAE/Butler Center, also an action item. Mr. Kitchens.
Thank you, sir. Capital Programs Department is presenting this memorandum recommending approval for the purchase of furniture for the Butler Center, former Butler Collision Center. And it's recommended this would be purchased out of off of a state contract. It's recommended the Board of Education approves the issuance of a purchase order to Advent Business Interiors in the amount of $241,555.36 to provide furniture and installation for the Butler Center. This will be paid for by SOW.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Johnson, second by Ms. Henlon. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye. Aye. Opposed, the same. Aye. Keep hitting that. Opposed, the same sign. There is none, and FSS 3 passes unanimously. Next up is FSS 4, Maintenance Department Vehicle Purchases.
Thanks, sir. As part of 2021 East Floss Board of Education approved purchase of fleet vehicles, capital programs presents this memorandum requesting approval for the purchase of 5 Ford F-250 vehicles for the maintenance department. As recommended, Board of Education authorized superintendent to issue a purchase order to Riverside Ford for the purchase of 5 Ford F-250s for maintenance department, amount not to exceed $260,900. These will also be purchased off a state contract utilizing the 2021 East Floss Fund.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Dr. Dillard.
Second.
Second by Ms. Johnson. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye. Aye. Opposed, the same sign. There is none, and FSS4 passes unanimously. It's worth the wait, don't worry. All right. FSS5, Campus Police Vehicle Purchases.
Thank you, sir. Similar to the last one, part of 2021 East Floss Board of Education approved purchase of fleet vehicles. Capital Programs presents this memorandum requesting, speak tonight, approval for the purchase of the 5 interceptor vehicles for Campus Police Department, and it's recommended Board of Education authorize superintendent to issue a purchase order to waive for the purchase of 5 interceptor vehicles for the Campus Police Department and an amount not to exceed $213,820. These will also be purchased with state contract utilizing the 2021 East Floss Fund.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Johnson, second by Dr. Dillard. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye. 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 Opposed, the same sign. There is none, and FSS5 passes unanimously. Our next item is FSS6, Fiscal Year 25 Renewal of Infinite Campus. Mr. Adams.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board President Freeman, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. The Technology Services Division and Department of Research Evaluation Assessment Accountability, or REAA, are seeking board approval of Infinite Campus as our student information system. This Infinite Campus renewal will provide the Bibb County School District the necessary platform to collect and report student information for the 2024-2025 school year. In addition, we are seeking approval to enter into an agreement with K-12 Solutions Group to annually renew Infinite Campus licenses through 2029-2030. It is recommended the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the superintendent to enter into an agreement and issue the purchase order to K-12 Solutions Group for the annual renewal of Infinite Campus student information system for the 24-25 school year and the amount not to exceed $406,858.80. The funding source is FY25 general funds out of REAA.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve? Motion for approval. Motion by Dr. Jackson.
Second.
Second by Ms. Hanlon. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye. 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 Opposed, the same sign. There is none, and FSS6 passes unanimously. Next, we have FSS7, gas and diesel fuel purchase. Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon, President Freeman, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sims. Price quotes for diesel and gasoline are obtained from multiple fuel suppliers prior to each order. Fuel orders are then placed with the supplier that submits the lowest quoted price for that order. The fuel suppliers that have provided gasoline and diesel for the district include Wath Oil, Mansfield, and Boswell Oil Companies. It is recommended that the board authorize the superintendent to issue purchase orders for gas and diesel fuel purchases from Walthall, Mansfield, and Boswell in amounts not to exceed $590,000. The funding source is the general fund budget.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Dr. Dillard. Second by Ms. Johnson. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same sign. There is none. FSS7 passes unanimously. Next, we have FSS8, propane fuel purchase.
Thank you. The Bibb County School District Purchasing Department released 21-013 propane bid on February 26, 2021. The purpose of this solicitation was to obtain bids from qualified propane suppliers to provide the district with propane fuel for the district's fleet. In FY22 and FY23, the Transportation Department spent $963,689.89 and $731,321.06 respectively. It is recommended that the board approve the renewal of propane fuel purchases from Federal Gas and authorize the superintendent to issue purchase orders in amounts not to exceed $900,000. The funding source is the general fund budget.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Johnson. Second by Dr. Jackson. Any discussion or questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
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 Opposed, the same sign. There is none. FSS 8 passes unanimously. Next up, we have FSS 9, Tyler Student Transportation, an action item. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you again. The Bibb County School District's Transportation Department has utilized a variety of Tyler Technology student transportation products since 2011. These products include routing, field trip, vehicle location, parent applications, dispatch, and route navigation platforms. In 2022, the department added Tyler Drive to this suite of products. And just as a note, Tyler Drive has been funded through ARP over the past 3 years. So that moves back to the transportation, or will move to the transportation budget this year. Additionally, in 2023, we moved from a server-based platform to a web-based platform. It is recommended that the Board of Education authorize the superintendent to issue a purchase order for $165,956.46 to Tyler Technologies for the renewal of contracted services of the Tyler Student Transportation Powered by Traversa software suite. The funding source is the general fund budget.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Dr. Dillard.
Second.
Second by Ms. Hanlon. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
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 Opposed, the same sign. There is none. FSS 9 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Next, we have at FSS 10, approval of bread bid renewal.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Beverly, good to see you.
Hello. Good afternoon, President Freeman, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sims. This evening, we bring you approval of the bread bid renewal for FY 24-25. The School Nutrition Department is seeking board approval to renew the award under IFB 21-018 for Flowers Baking Company, which is in Thomasville, Georgia. This is for FY 24-25 in the amount of $200,000. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the superintendent to enter into a contract with Flowers Baking Company in the amount of $200,000 to provide bread products for schools in Central Kitchen within FY 24-25. These funds will be coming from the School Nutrition Fund.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Johnson. Second. Any questions? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye. Aye. Opposed, the same sign. There is none, and FSS 10 passes unanimously. Next, we have FSS 11, approval of milk and dairy contract.
This is for the approval of milk and dairy contract for FY 24-25. The procurement department is recommending that the Bibb County Board of Education approve the renewal of the milk contract for FY 24-25. This will be the first renewal of IFB 24-009. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the superintendent to enter into a contract with Thomaston Milk Company in the amount of $900,000 to provide milk and dairy items for the schools and central kitchen within the FY 24-25. Again, these funds will come from school nutrition.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Hanlon, second by Dr. Dillard. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye. Aye. Opposed, the same sign. There is none, and FSS 11 passes unanimously. Next is FSS 12, Mason Produce doing business as By City Produce contract renewal.
The school nutrition department is seeking approval to issue a purchase order to Mason Produce DBA by City Produce for produce items within the FY 24-25 school year. This request is coming off of RFP 23-002. This is the first renewal of the RFP. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education authorize the agreement with By City Produce based off of RFP 23-002 and authorize the superintendent to issue a purchase order to By City Produce in the amount of $950,000 for FY 24-25. Again, these funds will come from school nutrition.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve? A motion by Dr. Dillard.
Second.
Second by Ms. Hanlon. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye. Aye. Opposed, the same sign. There is none, and FSS 12 passes unanimously. Thank you. The last item we have under fiscal support services is FSS 13, contract for garbage collection service.
This is for the contract for FY 24-25 for the garbage collection services for the school district. It is recommended that the Bibb County Board of Education approve the contract with Waste Management the vendor for garbage and recycling services for FY 24-25. This is the renewal of RFP 23-054. The recommendation is that the Board of Education authorize Dr. Sims to process a purchase order to Waste Management in the amount of $350,000 for garbage and recycling services. There will be a contract with this as well.
Board members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Johnson, second by Dr. Dillard. Any questions? There being none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye. Aye. Opposed, the same sign. There is none, and FSS 13 passes unanimously. Mr. President, the items that passed unanimously on the consent agenda is FS 1.1, then FSS 2 through 13. FSS 1.3 passed by 5-3 vote.
Thank you, Chairman Morton, for a monumental task there.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
At this time, we will recognize the Policy and Rules Committee, chaired by Dr. Bibb.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, Policy and Rules Committee has 6 items on the agenda, policies 1 through 4 action items, and we'll begin with PR1, Ms. Hill.
Good afternoon, President Freeman, board members, and Dr. Sims. It's good to be with you this afternoon. The district is presenting policy GAI, solicitations for second reading. There have been no changes between first and second reading to this policy or the regulation, and it is recommended that the board approve revisions to policy GAI solicitations.
Board members, is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Morton, seconded by Ms. Johnson. Question? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Forget about you. Thank you. PR 1 passes unanimously and will be sent to the consent agenda. PR 2, policy ED, student transportation management. Skill?
Yes, ma'am. The district is presenting policy ED, student transportation management, for second reading. There have been no changes between first and second reading regarding this policy or the regulation, and it is recommended that the board approve the revision of policy ED, student transportation management.
Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Mr. Morton approved, seconded by Ms. Johnson. Questions? Discussion? Yeah.
I did have a question. Paragraph A, as regards hazardous conditions, how are those conditions determined, and what triggers the existence of hazardous conditions?
I'm going to turn that question over to our transportation person.
Good afternoon again. There are a set of criteria that we look at. It could be highway speeds, the number of lanes that students have to cross. Sometimes it's temporary situations where construction is in the area, and we make accommodations for that. So it's a case-by-case scenario when we're looking at those.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Further questions? All in favor of the motion will be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Opposed, the same. The PR2, the motion passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda, PR3.
Yes, ma'am. The district is presenting policy GHB, staff political activities, for second reading. There have been no changes between first and second reading regarding this policy or its regulation, and it is recommended that the board approve the revision of policy GHB, staff political activities.
Thank you. Is there a motion, board?
So moved.
Mr. Morton motions, Ms. Johnson second. Discussion. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same.
Aye.
Thank you. PR3 passes unanimously, and along with PR2 will be sent to the consent agenda. Next on the agenda, PR4, policy JQK.
Yes, the district is presenting policy JQK, exchange students, for second reading. There have been no changes between first and second reading regarding this policy or its regulation, and it is recommended that the board approve new policy JQK, exchange students.
Is there a motion for approval? Dr. Woodford, motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Hanlon. Discussion, questions? Thank you, Mr. Morton.
No, I was doing something at that time.
I know I was being facetious because you've been making the motion and you turned your head and I was waiting for you. Okay. Is there a motion?
No, you've already got the motion in a second. I'm just ready to vote.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by the word aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same.
Madam President. Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
For the second time, is it possible would you accept the waiving of the reading, of the first reading for these next two items?
Say it again.
I said for the sake of time, would you accept the reading of the first reading of these next two items? Can we waive the reading of these two items for first reading?
On the presentation, on the first reading.
For PR5 and PR6, can we waive the reading?
Certainly. Is that okay?
Yes,
with
ma'am.
you,
They're
Madam Clerk?
information items, and you will have time to review, and the stakeholders will have time to provide feedback until the next board meeting when we bring it back for a vote. We have done this before.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Attorney. If there are any questions or concerns, board members, you can present those to us at a later date. Mr. President, all items will be sent to the consent agenda 1 through 4. And this ends our agenda, sir, for today.
Thank you, Chair Dr. Dillard. At this time, I'll recognize Chairman Dr. Jackson for the Personnel Services.
Thank you, Mr. President. The chair will entertain a motion to enter into executive session for the purposes of personnel matters, future acquisition of property, pending litigation, school safety, and/or cybersecurity. Motion by Dr. Woodford, seconded by Mr. Morton. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same right. And being shared, the ayes have it. Mr. President, we're now in executive session.
Thank you. We are in executive session. Board members will be reporting down the hill this time instead of in the back. You're working on seating there. So board members, remember to grab your PS 1, 2, and 3 if you have those to discuss. And the committee meeting is an executive session and we'll reconvene when we come back. meeting come to order, please. Thank you. Dr. Jackson.
Good evening, everyone. All right, we can get your attention, please. Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion to come out of the executive session. Second. Motion by Dr. Woodford, seconded by Mr. Morris. Are there any on readiness? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same right. And if you can chair, the ayes have it. We are now out of the executive session. The first item is the certified personnel report. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Hamlin. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same right. If you can chair, the ayes have it. PS1 has been approved. Or excuse me, it's been sent to the consent agenda. Next item is PS2, the classified personnel report. Is there a motion for approval? Motion by Dr. Woodford, is there a second? Second by Dr. Dillard. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same right. If you can chair, the ayes have it. PS2 will be sent to the consent agenda. Board members, you have classified personnel report, PS3 for your review. We'll now move on to PS5, which is a school-based administrative recommendation. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Johnson, second by Dr. Woodford. Are there any questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same right. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. PS5 will also be sent to the consent agenda. Mr. President, this completes the work of the Personnel Services Committee. PS1, PS2, and PS5 all passed unanimously, will be sent to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Chairman Dr. Jackson. That concludes the business of the Personnel Services Committee. I will ask the public to review items FI 1, 2, 3, and 4. May I have a motion to adjourn the committee meeting?
Second.
So moved by Dr. Dillard, second by Dr. Woodford. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same side. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned. The regular board meeting will start promptly at 6:30. Thank you. We are adjourned. the right side of the audience. Board members, you have the agenda in front of you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? So moved by Dr. Woodford, seconded by Dr. Dillard. All those in favor of approving the agenda, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The agenda is approved. We will move into the Pledge of Allegiance. This week we are being led by Raina Blair Mullis, a 6th grade student at Rutland Middle School. Everyone please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Raina. At this time, I'll recognize Joshua Hale, the Executive Director of Hope for the Heart of Georgia, who is going to lead us in our invocation tonight.
Thank you. If you would bow your heads with me. Father, we bless your name in this place. Lord, we thank you that your name is above every name. We thank you that your knowledge is supreme and your ways are good. And Lord, we declare in this place that you are good in the Bibb County School District. You are good to our staff, to the faculty, to the children. Lord, you are good. And we pray for all those in authority, Lord, that we may live peaceful and quiet lives in godliness and holiness. We pray for the board. We pray for our superintendent and all the staff, that we may live peaceful and quiet lives. And on behalf of your church, Father, I ask that you would search your church first. That the church in Bibb County may serve the school district. Lord, that we may support our children. That we may encourage them, empower them, and serve as you intend for us to serve. God, we ask for wisdom for those who are in authority. God, we ask for them to be surrounded by wise counsel. Lord, that they can be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to anger. Responding, making decisions in wisdom that is supreme. So, Lord, we ask that you would bless us indeed in Bibb County School District. May the light be put on the lampstand. May the light be put on the lampstand. We ask that you would bless us indeed and enlarge our territory, that we may be a blessing to others for generations to come. And we ask that you would keep us, and especially our children, far, far from evil, that there may be no harm caused. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. And now it is time for the report of the superintendent.
Thank you, Board President Freeman, and good evening to everyone. Normally during this time, I present highlights over the past month, and we applaud the great things happening in our school district. However, we have a big crowd here tonight. So I'm going to yield and allow all of our attention to be on our recognitions tonight. We have at the podium our Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources, Mr. Emmanuel Frazier, who will kick us off.
Good evening, Board President Freeman, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Sims. And let me also say greetings to this wonderful crowd of family members and friends who are here to support our retirees this evening. Our district is made better by the scores of educators who have committed their professional lives to improving the lives of young people. Every year, we like to recognize the individuals who are headed to a deserved retirement with at least 25 years of service in Bibb County. This year, that group includes 40 individuals who are taking with them a total of more than 1,300 years of service to Bibb County students. That is worth applause. Just know, now that you are retiring, The last board member's hand that you will shake will be Ms. Johnson. She wants to see you in her role as president of the Bibb Retired Educators Association. So she needs new members, so make sure you keep in touch with her. When you come, please, you will shake the board members' hands and proceed to my left to receive your plaque. First up, Russell Bentley, Campus Police, 33 years of service. Stephanie Blackwell, Springdale Elementary, 33 years of service. Vicki Boatwright, Central Office, 26 years of service. Priscilla Brown, Ballard Hudson Middle School, 41 years of service. Alvin Kane, Ingram Pike Elementary, 35 years of service. Paul Carroll, Howard High School, 27 years of service. Natalie Clark, Vineville Academy, 27 years of service. Charlie Danley, Hurd Elementary, 38 years of service. Betsy Day, Southfield Elementary, 30 years of service. Adrian Denson, Weaver Middle School, 33 years of service. Armitris Edmonds, Central Office, 32 years of service. Merja Fuller, Central Office, 30 years of service. Fine, Mr. Fuller, Dr. Fuller, perfectly. Johnny Gilmer, Rutland High, 30 years of service. Elissa Glover Lockett, Weaver Middle School, 30 years of service. Precious Grace, Southwest High School, 30 years of service. Patricia Herring Shropshire, Rosa Taylor Elementary, 31 years of service. Yvonne James, Southfield Elementary, 34 years of service. Lori Johnson, Professional Learning, 25 years of service. Grace Kraus, Central Office, 33 years of service. Yvonne James, Southfield Elementary, 34 years of service. I'm sorry, lost my spot. She's been there. Michelle Linderman, Central Office, 33 years of service. Janice Lloyd, Central Office, 30 years of service. Excuse me, I don't want to short her. 31 years of service. Amanda Maddox, Rutland High, 30 years of service. Teresa May, Howard Middle, 28 years of service. Sandra Murphy, Custodial Services, Westside High School, 25 years of service. Audrey Quichocho, 30 years of service. I'm sorry, Bruce Elementary School. Quichocho. Let me get it right. Marilyn Reed, Veterans Elementary, 38 years of service. Pamela Rivers, L.H. Williams Elementary School, 33 years of service. Dwight Sanders in the warehouse, 37 years of service. I don't know if it's a competition, but that may have been the loudest applause tonight. Janice Sharp, Southfield Elementary, 30 years of service. Jeannie Sutton, I hope I pronounced it right. Bruce Elementary, 32 years of service. Patricia Benson, Southwest High School, 40 years of service. Shonda Williams, Ingram Pie Elementary, 29 years of service. Congratulations to all of our retirees, and thank you for being built for Bibb. Please give them another round. Maybe we need to stand up. A standing ovation for all of the years of service.
Let's keep the recognitions going. We are so excited as we're talking about those folks who are retiring. We have some new leaders who are stepping up to the plate, and it's my honor to recognize those new leaders tonight. This evening, we'd like to introduce you to our newest district and school leaders. Leaders, please come forward when your name is called so you can greet our board members and receive a swag bag as a small welcome to your new role. starting with Dr. Ethelstein Litt, Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning. Dr. Tamara Candace, Associate Superintendent of Schools. Precious Jones, Bruce Elementary School Assistant Principal. Dr. Carla Glanton, Heritage Elementary School Assistant Principal. Ms. Tina Harrison, the Dr. Martin Luther King Elementary School Assistant Principal. Ms. Christy Gordon, Porter Elementary School Assistant Principal. Derek Thomas, Southfield Elementary School Assistant Principal. Timothy Dees, Vineville Academy of the Arts Assistant Principal. Kimberly Crowder, L.H. Williams Elementary School Assistant Principal. Keyone Harvey, Miller Magnet Middle School. All right, let's keep the applause going for Amber Lamar, Central High School. Central High School. All right, Dr. Allison Walker, Westside High School Assistant Principal. Letitia Williams Bacon, John R. Lewis Elementary School Assistant Principal. Next up, we have Atiksha Mehta, our secondary math coordinator. Dr. Katura Reese, our science coordinator. And last but not least, Latricia Gittens, our Deputy Chief of Campus Police. We are so excited to see continued growth in their leadership, and we thank them for being built for Bibb. Congratulations on your new role. At this time, I'd like to ask Lillian Mosley, Heidi Asselton, and Gisela Coley to come forward. The three ladies in the beautiful red jackets. If you could please come forward at this time. My hand clappers to come up. All right. In all of our departments, we value team members who take the next step to continue their education and development. For our school nutrition department, this meant these individuals attended the Georgia School Nutrition Leadership Academy this spring. This opportunity allowed these employees to connect with other future leaders from across the state while honing various skills such as public speaking, problem solving, team building, and more. And we are very proud of these ladies for attending this cohort, the first group that we've had out of Bibb, and they are putting school nutrition on the map in the state of Georgia. Give them a All right, and finally, we're going to recognize our aspiring athletic directors. I'm going to ask our AD, Kevin Grooms, to join me at the podium at this time. Make the transition if you wish. All right, let's talk about our aspiring athletic directors as they are lining up. Athletic directors play an important role in our schools, both serving as coaches and leaders for students and other coaches. This role also requires dedication to the health and well-being of our student athletes and supporters. They are responsible for the whole child, we like to say, as well as the fiscal responsibility of our athletic programs. The district's athletics department, led by our awesome AD, Kevin Grooms, began hosting an aspiring athletic directors cohort during the last school year to educate and prepare interested coaches for stepping into that role. This year's cohort is the second group to complete the program. Again, I have to pause and say our athletics team is putting Bibb on the map. We're one of the few districts in the state who have such a program. So when I call your name for these wonderful individuals, please come forward for recognition. Starting with Nisha Moore from L.H. Williams Elementary School. Maurice Sophia from Abilene Middle. Timothy Statham from Ballard Hudson Middle. Tamara Bolton Williams from Central High School. Jarfaith Jones from Central High School. Frankie O'Neill from Howard High School. William Gordon from Northeast High School. Courtney Jones from Southwest High School. Patrick Saladigras from Southwest High. And Kayvon Mason from Westside High School. Congratulations to our aspiring athletic directors, and thank you again for being built for Bibb. And this concludes our recognitions for the evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This time we have the invitation for visitors to address the board. I understand we don't have any signed up at this time. So we'll move on to executive session. I believe we have need for executive session. May I have a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of personnel matters, future acquisition of property, pending litigation, school safety, and/or cybersecurity.
Second.
So moved by Mr. Morton, seconded by Dr. Jackson. All those in favor of moving into executive session, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. That passes, and we are in executive session. Board members, we will reconvene downstairs. For the public, I will let you know that we're going into executive session. This might take a little bit. When we get back from executive session, we'll be voting on the consent agenda and any new business. You're welcome to stick around if you'd like to, but we entertain if you'd like to move on. So thank you.
support this budget because our district leadership has carefully studied our expenditures and identified over $2.67 million in cuts. Support this budget because it adds 16 and a half additional teachers into our classrooms. I support this budget because it's built to support our unique needs, our challenges and opportunities as we increase the capacity of our employees and further the education of our children. And with that said, Mr. President, I would urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this FY25 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of FSS 1.3, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the vote was 5-3 in favor, and the motion passes. With that, any old business?
No, sir.
Dr. Dillard, do you have a question? 5-3. I heard Dr. Garrett Boyd, Mr. Morton, and Dr. Woodford. Yes. Okay. All right, there's no old business. In that case, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. So moved by Dr. Dillard, seconded by Dr. Woodford. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. We are adjourned. Thank you.